Hello, hello. That is the wrong scene once again. There we go, that's better. Sky, congrats on getting first for 285 times. And hello, chickens. Lovely to see you here. And yeah, we're doing Software Sunday. I've not done one of these in a while. And we're working on VR chat face tracking. Well, VNyan face tracking using the VR chat utility, using this little utility here, which is currently inactive. So, probably do a little bit of refresh of what we're doing. So, pretty much what it says on the tin here, this is a little utility for sending face tracking data to VR chat. And it supports, if I look at the modules, it supports a lot of different VR hardware, and therefore the easiest way that I can add face tracking to VNyan for lots and lots of different hardware is to integrate with this app. So how do we do that? What we do currently is we lie. We pretend that we are a VR chat avatar that needs these specific parameters, which happen to be all of them. And when you do that, when you send VRCFT that information, it starts chucking data on an OSC port. VNyan has a built-in OSC receiver which just dumps that data into parameters if it doesn't know what to do with. So I can then read the parameters and do a little bit of maths and start overriding blend shapes, which is what we do here. We get the OSC is dumped here, we pull the parameter, and we call this update VNyan function, which simply, I don't think this even needs to be, I don't think this if statement even wants to be here anymore. Oh no, this is just for logging, so yeah. Set blend shape override, job done. And we do that every frame. For eyes and for mouth. We do a little bit of conversion. A conversion code which I stole from another utility, VLC to VMC. You can tell it's not my code because all the comments are in Japanese. But it works and it does the job and it's open source, so why would I not do this? Which brings me neatly onto what I'm planning to do today. The current code for spoofing VR chat sits in a separate executable. And the reason it does this is because it has a whole bunch of libraries, like ZeroConf and stuff like that, which doesn't work with the .NET version that VNyan is using. So I bundled it into its own executable, and we just call that executable. Now, when you call that executable, it does create a brief stutter in the avatar, and it's also it's a messy. It works, but it's messy. So in the spirit of blatantly stealing open source code in your own software, I became aware of this modification. VRCFT receiver for Resonite. So if you're not familiar with Resonite, Resonite is similar to VR chat, but I've never used it, but I gather it's like a bit less corporate, and it's probably pretty good, and I should probably give it a go at some point. But it's doing the exact same thing. It is spoofing VR chat. And oh, wrong one. And it's doing a lot less work to do so. It's sending the avatar change over OSC, and that appears to be it. No ZeroConf, no JSON server, no whatever Macaretu DNS is doing. Looks like the only thing we actually need to do is this. So I want to figure out exactly how it's doing it, why we don't need any of this bullshit, and can we strip this down to just a single OSC message? Because if we can, also, hey there Rosa, how you doing? If we can do that, there's no more reason to have an external Lexi. And that's just really nice. It's self-contained, there's no launch, it looks a lot less sus, because whenever you install something and it just randomly spawns a console window, it looks sus, and I get that. So yeah, we're going to be studying this code, trying to figure out how it works. So what I should probably start with, and what I perhaps should have done in advance, so I probably should have downloaded this project, and then I can, yeah, we're going to go ahead and do that actually. We're going to drop this in my dev folder, and we're going to open up a second copy of Visual Studio, and we're going to go and take a look at it. There we go, and it is just a Visual Studio solution. So what is it doing? So obviously this is a plugin for Resonite, so there's going to be a load of stuff that I don't need. So where is this receiver coming from? So that is just straight up a socket. Address family.internet via IPv4. Socket type diagram. Protocol type is UDP. Now where's it getting the IP address from? Where's this IP coming from? Okay, so that's been called in. Now it's probably going to be 127.0.0.1 and 9001. I guess. So where is the init being called? Or let's find all references to that. Let's get it from a config file. Okay, and that is presumably coming from Reddit. Reddit? Resonite. Yeah, so this is now Resonite stuff that I don't have, so... it's... But there we go, we can see the default here is 127.0.0.1, and it is, as I said, 9000 and 9001, so that's fine, that's not an issue. Shiris, hello, welcome in. As usual, dev streams, by the way, sorry if I'm slower to respond to chat than usual. This is because my normal over-the-game chat overlay doesn't work so well when I'm just streaming my desktop. Hydrate, I have a can of Cherryade right here. There you go. So OSC message to byte array. Okay. So this is literally just an encode. We can probably just lift this function wholesale. Now I believe we do actually have in our code, in the exe, we do have some OSC reader and writer already. So it might be best to just keep this OSC class. Rather than... Although there's a lot more here than we actually need, I think. So maybe we can seriously strip this down. Because they are literally just opening a socket. They're doing this encoding. And they're sending it. 3 lines. Plus creating the doodad in the first place. So let's give this a whirl. So send avatar change, where is that called in my current code? Here. So we are creating the avatar. Now this is the this is the awkward part, and this is going to be the case for both. Oops. is that these avatar JSON files are stored in your like VRChat program data. So we do create a fake avatar that doesn't even exist in VRChat, and we dump that into your VRChat directory. And that's what this is doing here. So we are going to have to keep this. There's not much we can do about that. Now we can probably... And then if we can simplify, how much of this we can simplify? Probably not. So what I think I'd like to do first of all is remove the requirement for zero comp. So what I don't get here is it's sending an avatar change request. Then it's doing all this. And then it's sending a second one. What is the Resonite one doing? The Resonite one is literally just sending the one. It doesn't even have any of this. So the question is, can we, if we comment this out, does it still work? Now this is thankfully quite easy to tell. Just remember where I have to remember where I put the damn thing. exe, go into bin. Now which one is that actually in? You know what, actually? There's the DLL. And the exe, is it x64 debug? Yeah, 8.0. Wait, what? Oh, x64 debug. Net 8.0. There we go, and we can see that was compiled just now. So let's bring up VRCFaceTracking and let's see if it works without the second call. Looked like it did, actually. That should change to on in a couple of minutes. Wait, no, why is it getting avatar 0? Did I... Interesting. Okay, so the starter calls it twice. Wait, no, it doesn't. Ah, okay. Okay, let's add some logging into here and doesn't have a proper log, does it? Okay, console.write line. There we go, that's exactly what we need. Let's do that actually. Let's put OSC in plus so we can see what's actually getting sent. And so why is that using avatar 0? Okay, let's have a look at the Resonite one. What ID is the Resonite one using? Hey Rabbi, how you doing? OSC message to byte array. VRC parameters. Okay, that's just a string. Do we have to send it twice? Yeah. Well, who knows now because I've been put in a box. So where does this VRCFT address come from? Okay, it's the same. So is it just sending it? This is creating a second message. Where is service value.port coming from? Okay, let's take this out and see what it's doing currently. Okay, now that sent it twice. Now is it obtaining a port from somewhere? So we're using ZeroConf to get OSC UDP local. Okay, I'm going to change this to console.writeln just so we can see what is going on here. Service.key, service.value.port. So where is that coming from? And why does the Resonite one not need to do this? Now what I thought was interesting as well was that the first one does send that. So is the Resonite one using a hard-coded value of 0? And will that work? Is that just enough to trick it? So we init the class. Now it might be that we just end up stealing this code. Yeah, so this is creating a listener. Right, it's creating a listen loop thread. And what does this do? Now I guess this is a lot more complicated because it needs to actually know what the Resonite avatar wants, whereas I don't need to know that. So what I'm wondering, could this be as simple as where do we get our avatar from? Where are we creating our JSON? We're doing this. So if I were to this could be extremely silly way of doing it, but it might just work. And what we'd want to do is we want to comment all of that out. I think that's in the right place. That might not be in the right place, actually. So resource string, I'm going to come all the way down here, and we want to bring this here. There. So that should make avatar 0 be the one with all the parameters. Regardless. So it will always be on when we do a start. So I need to restart VRCFaceTracking for this. And we also want to come back here, and again we want to remove all the zero comp stuff. Right, and let's see what this does. I think it might not have created the JSON file. It says 44 parameters though. And I guess it's... Wait, why is it saying off? Do I need to remove those JSON, I wonder? Okay, where are we creating the JSON? VRC avatars folder. Directory. Get directories at VRC OSC folder. Okay, that's not in this code, that's the .NET code, isn't it? Why does that work? In any case, what we want to do is log, I guess. All right, let's do that. Console.writeLine. There we go, that'll tell us where it is. And we can do console.writeLine. Writing JSON 2. This. Actually, just the file name's fine. We know where it's going. Alright, let's build that and let's see what we're getting. Alright, so this is where our avatars are going. So let's take a look. So that says it's on. Oh, heck. Yeah, okay, that's not going to work then. See what's gone wrong here. All right, if we're going to do this, we're going to need to commit. So we need to get the resource string, and this is going to have to be 0. Okay, let's take a look at the JSON again. Okay, that's got the 0 and it's saying it's on. Maybe we need to bounce the VRCFT again. Right, that says it's on with that avatar. So I guess what I need to do now is go and grab my headset and see if it's going to send any data. So to do that, we're going to need to start Babylonia, which is the eye tracking software that this talks to. For obvious reasons, I will not be showing the camera feed from the internal camera feed from my VR headset. But let's go and grab my headset. Oh, I can see it's sending messages actually. Look at that. Oh, this just got a lot simpler. If that actually works. Right, let's go and start up VNyan and see what we get. All right, be right back. All right, well, you can't see it, but I now have my VR headset with eye tracking in front of me. So if we were to start up a test VNyan. Hey Robert, hey LP. Now the good thing is we haven't actually changed the receiver code. So I can use my test VNyan. I don't have my hand tracker on at the moment, so here we go. Ah, shit, didn't think of that. Okay, that can actually be resolved though. It just means that next time I do a VR stream, I will forget to change it back and my eye tracking will, oh look, it's my old model. Look at that. We haven't seen her for a while. So if we go to here and we change the OSC port receiver port to 9002, that should get it working. And we're going to turn off the phone-based tracking, and we're going to this is going to start the old executable. Oh no, actually we can fix that. We can deliberately remove the executable, then it won't do that. Whether it will work at all is a different matter. We'll remove that. And we will start VR face tracking. Okay, so the eyes are closed, which is how you can tell that it's working. So if I pop this on, okay, this isn't looking promising, is it? So I didn't think ahead here. I can't see my desktop with my headset on. I need to go and get a controller. Back in a second. Not me being completely unprepared for any of this, you know. All right, headset on, controller in hand. Right, so okay, we're sending on the wrong port, so that's going to be a problem. Holy shit. That works. Well, fuck. Okay, this is going to be perhaps a shorter stream than I anticipated. Okay, let's put the headset down. My glasses back on so I can see what the fuck I'm doing. What we're doing, Pimer, is support for the VRCFaceTracking app in VNyan. That's what we're doing today. So all I need to do now is strip this down to its absolute bare minimum and bring it into the other plugin. We've proven the concept. There's no on and off as such. Once we have initialized it, it's going to stay on, but that's a worthwhile sacrifice to remove a whole ton of bullshit. So VR face tracking stuff with the headset, you can send it in for the VNyan, so you can have your VNyan avatar doing the same stuff you're doing in VR. Yes and no. It doesn't have to be in VRC. And there could potentially be a conflict if you do it with VRChat, which I'll need to look into, because you need to... So what we're actually doing is we are pretending to be a VRChat avatar, even though VRChat is not running. And then we are listening to OSC, which is the protocol that it's uses to send to VRChat. And we're reading that data and we're animating the VTuber with it. Now, you can only have one application listening on an OSC port. It's the problem. So what I would suggest is if you wanted to do that, you're going to need to use some kind of OSC splitter. I don't know if they even exist. But if you're streaming a different VR game, like in my case I plan to stream Phasmophobia, I can have my full face tracking hardware on while I stream my first playthrough of Phasmophobia in VR and scare the shit out of myself, and you'll get my full face. Which is something that even flesh tubers cannot offer. Yeah, my VRChat avatar will reflect, so especially in conjunction with full body tracking, it will be a complete reflection of what I am actually doing in real life, but just animating the avatar. And I think that's going to be really good. Now, like I said, yeah, for what's going on in Phasmophobia. So if I am like eyes darting all over the place, I'm scared the shit. I don't actually know much about Phasmophobia. Then you'll be able to see that. I mean, I will also need to work on things like follow cameras and stuff like that. Although I'm tempted to hang fire on that one simply because there's some cool upcoming camera changes in VNyan. So I think it would be a bad time to start working on a camera mod. Yeah, we're getting native spout cameras, so we don't have to use props. And we're going to be able to choose which layers are rendered, so we'll be able to have a separate spout layer for the model and the world on two separate spout sources, which means you can put things in between them like OBS or, you know, a game capture. So you can wander around your world and it'll be displayed in your overlays, but your game will still be in front. You can do things like, you'll be able to do things like that. and I'm really fucking hyped for this. It's something I've been wanting for a long time. Anyway, so we've got this initialized without any of the zero conf bullshit. So this XE can be killed. We will, however, need to come camera system. Yeah, it's coming. It's coming. So we need to get this. So this is just simply some hard-coded JSON. I'm going to put it in the DLL in a separate C# file. Actually, I wonder if I can make it a public const string. I probably can, can't I? Yeah, let's do that. So we are going to make a new item. It's going to be a class. And it's going to be called VRCJSON.cs. There we go. Internal static class VRCJSON, and we're going to do const string avatar JSON equals where is it? There's probably better ways to do this, but fuck it. There we go. So what's next in the initialization process? Now that we've dealt with that, there's a lot of... Actually, we'll call this VRC info. So we're going to have that. Now this VRC avatars folder is probably... Now where is this coming from? Will this just work? Where is this defined then? VRC data fold. Okay, so this is... Right, yeah, okay, I get it, I get it. So VRC data folder, VRC OSC folder, and that will get all absent. Okay, so that's fine. I see where all this is coming from now. So that is, yeah, that's okay. And then create the VRC avatar folder. Now that shouldn't go in the VRC. It's not VRC ASIN, it's VRC info, isn't it? VRC info. Yeah, there we go. I also want to rename this to just VRCFTnyan because the DLL and executable are not separate anymore. So we're just going to call that VRCFTnyan now. Hopefully that will update all the references. I fucking hope so. No, it hasn't. We'll rename this one as well. And one thing you've noticed doesn't seem to track with you for some reason. It shows you're tracking from itself, sending bad data, being able to read it badly. But your brow left and brow right don't seem to correspond well. Either both go up or both go. So I physically can't do that in real life, so I'm not able to test that. What are you using for your tracking? Are you using VTuber Studio on an iPhone, or what are you using? face recognition. Try VTube Studio. That's the one that's most recommended for VNyan, and it is completely free. Right, so wait, yeah, no, we don't need any of this anymore. Oh wait, we need to steal some of it though. So VRC info, that is purely going to be... What would I recommend to somebody who doesn't have an iPhone? Just curious. You're not going to like my answer. But bearing in mind, this is coming from a person who hates using Apple devices. I really cannot stand them. I don't like the interface. I don't like the hype. I don't particularly like the hardware. My recommendation is buy a used second-hand iPhone X or higher. 15 iPhone 11 or higher. Now that might seem what the fuck, you tell you I don't want an iPhone. But here's the thing. To set up webcam-based tracking, to get, you know, decent, like the recommended webcam, I think it's like the Logitech C9 something or other, to get that webcam and that lighting, to make that work decently, you're going to be looking at about like 100, 150 quid. To buy a used iPhone XR with the back glass is smashed, but the Face ID still works and the front camera still works, you're looking at about 100 to 150 quid. And you get much better tracking. Now, if you already have a webcam and you're just starting out, well, I don't know if fans will help. Okay, so for all the issues I have with Apple, yeah, so there are some phones that have 3D face scanners like Apple do, but there is no standard. Like the few Samsung phones that have it, it's been different every time, and the few other manufacturers, it's been different again. Nobody is writing apps for those other than the manufacturers of those phones, and they've become a bit gimmicky. And for better or worse, the Apple Face ID scanner hasn't changed. When did the iPhone 10 come out? It was quite a while back now. The standard has not changed. They've added a couple of additional blend shapes, which nobody uses. But the ARKit blend shape has become the standard for VTuber modeling. And if you do webcam-based tracking, now, like I said, if you're just starting out on VTubing and you happen to have a web camera, or you have a phone with an app that turns it into a web camera, use it. Great. Crack on, do it. Now, the problem with it is all webcam-based tracking is an image feed comes from your phone onto your computer, and then your computer has to do processing on that image to try and figure out what is going on. Now, this takes time and resources. When I started VTubing, I was using a 2018 Dell XPS laptop, which is a decent enough ex-corporate laptop from its era. And I had an external GPU added to it for the actual rendering, but the CPU usage of just running a VTuber on that laptop, like 90% of my CPU was gone before I'd even started a game. This is why I started out as a retro streamer. Obviously, if you have a more modern gaming PC, probably not going to be an issue for you. So yeah, use whatever So that is my recommendation if you're just starting out, is use whatever hardware you have. Use a webcam. If you have an Android phone, use DroidCam. But if you are buying hardware specifically for face tracking, non-VR, get an old iPhone. You don't have to give a penny to Apple. Never update the OS. Maybe you can jailbreak it one day. None of the other solutions are as good. Anyway, I should finish my drink, and is there any more info we need? We need to actually create the avatar file. So, yeah, sorry. Don't know what you're apologising for, but What you might have some luck with, actually.
No.
No, not that. You might have some luck if you can find the app. It's an app called Meowface, which was actually written by Suvi. It's no longer on the Google Play Store because Google required that all developers who publish on Play publish their contact details, including physical address, which is fine if you're a corporate, but not when you're a sole free software developer living in Finland. And you don't want to publish your home address in the VTuber world because, well, there's a few weirdos in the VTuber world, shall we say. So she has removed it from the Play Store. The address seems to link. Now, there is an option you might have in there. Let's see if I can find it. There's an option, so you might have link dive links turned on, but I don't know if that would apply to eyebrows or not. You can actually monitor the eyebrow values and see if they are exact. Where is it? I can't remember the actual name of the blend shape, but here we go, brow. You can monitor what's going on. Now, in my case, they definitely are linked, aren't they? Let's see if I can... Now, I can... like, try and manually... I don't know, actually. No, I was not trying to move us away from Snake Studio. I just wanted to talk about the project that I was working on, which is the project that we're doing today. I've heard good things about Snake Studio, so... Yeah, I don't know about that. I will ask. I'll ask about that one. Anyway, I need to create VLC avatar. So do we want to do that in... So this is all going to be in the init, isn't it? So I suspect... first of all, we are going to be getting rid of that and getting rid of that. Now that's going to create a shit ton of errors. Get rid of that. Get rid of all that. Oh, we actually need to... No, we need to get rid of more than that. That's all we need. Yeah, and we're going to have some issues with external Lexi, but that's fine. Yeah, I'm afraid I don't know about the eyebrow thing. It's I'll ask for you though. Right. We've got our load plugin settings, we've got a save plugin settings. We don't need this function at all. That's going to go away. And we're certainly not going to do this. And we're not going to do that. But we will need to... Right, where else is this getting called? Yeah, okay. So we are going to need to initialize our JSON files. I'll probably just make a new function for that, actually. That's going to be a private void create VLC avatar JSON. And what's it going to do? Well, we've got the string already. That's a const string. We've got the avatar folder, so we'll take that line. And we're going to log. Yep, that's fine. And then we're going to... Why are they using a stream writer? Do we really need to do that? Can we not just use file.writeAllText? listen.io.file.writeAllText, and it's going to be. Now, I do agree with using path.combine. I should get better at using that one myself for the sake of portability. VRC avatars folder. Now that is not called that anymore. It's VRC info. VRC info dot. Oh yeah. There we go. And the file name. It's going to be this. So that's going to be a const string. We can put that in the VRC info class, actually. I think that'll be fine. I think they should not be. I don't think they should be public. I think they should be. You know, actually, I don't think it really matters, but I think they should be internal. Yeah, no worries. Go. So we'll go VRC info dot avatar file name, and we need the content, and the content is VRC info dot avatar JSON. There we go. That should be it. Writing JSON to VRC info dot laptop file name. Right, so that will create the JSON, and we should call that in our init function. There we go. So now we have the actually turning it on part. Turn the tracking on. That's in here actually. Send avatar change. Here we go. So we need an OSC client. And we need the ID. And that seems to be it actually. Okay, so I guess we just do this. Now this is going to fail because of the no OSC client. Now that's to be expected. VRCFT address and port. Do we not have those settings? No, we don't. We probably should. Now I'm just gonna hard code them. We're gonna have a so we need the OSC client, don't we? So we should probably just let's take a look at that. VRCFTnyan.ofc. I think this is the only one we need actually. So let's just pop this in here. Can we just copy that? Is that enough? Let's pop this here. Common.logging.configuration. Do we actually need that? Message. What is that? Where's that defined? That's probably defined. Okay, let's make a OSC folder actually. And let's copy this in here as well. Right, do we need this? Right, so we still don't find message. Where's VRCFTnyan.osc? Okay, we need to do a using on that. So it's I'm going to put this in uppercase so that there's a distinction between them. Timestamp. Okay, so that needs to come across as well. Hey, gamer hair. Timestamp is fine. Message is fine. It's in there. So we're going to need the util, I guess. We're going to end up needing the whole thing, aren't we? Let's just take the lot. Let's just bundle identifier. We're going to have to do them one at a time just to what's the issue with this one then? Okay, no, that's fine now. Bundle identifier. Identifier's got to come across next. Identifier message, OSC client, parser and reader. Parser, reader. Timestamps there, utils there, and I guess we'll may as well put writer in as well. Let's make sure these are all in the correct namespace because they're currently not. Identify is fine, message is fine, client is fine. Don't think we actually need that using it anymore, do we? Parser. Reader. Timestamp. Util. And writer. Okay, I think we're good to go there. Now, where was I? Let's get rid of some of these. Speaking of Next Studio, do you know the creative is off of VTuber? I did not know that, but that makes sense. That would be the case. Right, is this going to work now, or is it still going to moan? It's probably I haven't actually included the sender. Yeah. So we're going to do a using VRCFTnyan.osc. Where did this come from? That's where. Right, VRCFT address and VRCFT port. So for now, we will just. Right, now, is that an IP address or is that a string? That's a string. Okay. Equals 127.0.0.1 and internal static string VRCFT port equals 9001, and that's not a string, of course, it is an int. The ID we're going to need to put in the VRC info class. Go, that should be it, and that just needs to become avatar ID. VRC info dot avatar ID. Where could it not find bundle? Bundle is here. Did I just miss a? I missed a using. Using VRCFTnyan.os. Wait, no. This is in the wrong namespace. Wait, why did that break so many things? Did that sort it? Ah, why? That is absolutely present. This is in the correct namespace. Okay, well, we need to take a break, so I'm going to sort that out afterwards. I'll be right back. In the new version, what we're doing is I have created what's called a persistent memory map file. and that is a small amount of memory. It's 36 bytes. That is addressable by both VNyan and Liv. And I'm dropping the camera position into there. I'm not even bothering to see if it's changed, because putting the camera position in there is less expensive than checking the camera position. So we're just spamming it in there every frame, and Liv camera plugins need to update the camera every frame anyway. So we just read from it, and yeah.
House. You're not the problem, Ash. It's the child. The children are the problem. Children bring the diseases. They change them at school and they mutate them, and then they bring them home and they're like, ah yes, here, have my sick. They're collecting them like Pokemon cards. They evolve them like Digimon. You get a bat that turns into a rhinoceros. How does that work? I don't know, but it's just how it is.
Stop. You saw nothing. Already been through this. Stop trying to make it a thing.
What? Oh, dolphins! It's like, what the fuck is that noise? It's dolphins, y'all.
Yes, mother. Mummy is stolen. Ha! None of that, cheek, or I will take you across my knee. Yes? Yes, please? I'd be quite happy for that, for Miss Stoller.
Over 1 pixel. Down. Oh, yeah, there we go. Ha-ha! I did it. Fuck, I wish Riley was here.
Alright, we are back. So, I think it's time to do something a bit scary, but thankfully we have Git, so we need to actually remove this entire executable that's no longer going to be part of the project, because it's going to be causing confusion. So, and there all the errors gone away. Just like that. So the question is now, will this even work? So we've got our OSC client. Now it might be that we can even strip this down more, since this is the only message. Actually, you know what? I mean, let's see if this works, and then if this does work, we'll look at stripping this down to a raw socket and getting rid of all of this. So we need to close down our test VNyan, and let's get building. And the DLL is going here. There it is. Now we will have to be a little bit more careful about removing our old one, because we need to get rid of the whole thing now. And it's just this one DLL. We should, of course, reset VRCFaceTracking. And let's see what happens, eh? Wait for it to load. And here goes nothing. Tracking is on, 44 parameters, messages are outgoing, And the face of my model is currently frozen, so I need to switch to my VR headset again. Just 1 second. I say that works. That fucking works. Holy shit. Huh. This is probably going to be a shorter stream than I anticipated. Alright, so can we now, looking at the Resonite code. So yeah, this is a single avatar change using that avatar 0. There's an OSC message. Now, there is a whole bunch of OSC code here. And if we look at the Resonite mod that does it, they have significantly reduced that. But they do still have the OSC message to byte array. So, now we could just steal that. I do have... Okay, they actually have a lot of OSC stuff dumped into... Unless this might be for other... Oh, wait, they are actually receiving OSC, aren't they? String address T value. Is this the name of a variable? They have a variable called VRC parameter. I mean, it's probably just the... It's just the avatar name, isn't it? What is the OSC message actually getting sent? I did have that logged in a console window somewhere, didn't I? Have I still got that? Yeah, avatar change, and that will obviously it's a 0, not the 1. I'd like to remove all of this and down a lot. So we want to do that. We want to have a look at the OC1 send. So it's a message as a string. Create a new memory stream. Write the message to the memory stream and then send. Which is this. Byte data int size. UDP client send. This does seem very simple, doesn't it? So OSC message to byte array, I mean, what is this actually doing? I think we might just leave this alone just because it is a... I can't remember where this OSC client even came from, but it does work. We could see if removing things was useful, but it's like we don't really need the OSC reader. So that can possibly... Actually, before we do anything, let's bump the version number to 0.5 and let's commit what we have before we start fucking around with it. Move exe, move dot to main DLL. There we go. Let's sync that up. So can we remove the OSC reader without breaking anything? Looks like we can. Parser, can we remove that? No. Wait, no. The reader is failing. So where's... Oh wait, no, that's gone away. So what is the writer using? Because I think it is only the writer that we're... the OSC client itself. So it's using the message class. Just going to see what I can exclude from project until things break. Because that doesn't... Right, so that is being used somewhere. But we're never using a bundle, so I think we can just comment this out. Identifier, do we need that anywhere? No, it looks like that can go as well. Oh no, that's used in a few places. In message, okay, so we do need that. Potentially. Yeah, I don't really want to write much. Do we even need this code? We probably do, because I feel like write is going to get used somewhere, isn't it? So, okay, let's spring identifier back in. And leave it at that. I mean, that's already stripped it down a bit, which is good. Items, assemblies. It's 53 kilobytes. I mean, that's not too bad. I mean, it's still like almost double the amount of memory the BBC Micro had, but whatever. Do we need util? Doesn't look... Yeah, we do. Where's that used? Yeah, okay, we do need that. Okay, put that back. Existing item. There we go. I think that... Hey, Sazuli, how you doing? Right, let's build that and let's see if it still works. And thanks for the lurkies. Let's drop the size. It's dropped 3 kilobytes off, so you know that's probably fine, right? Let's kill off the test VNyan and bring it in. We will need to bounce VRCFaceTracking again. Right, wait for that to load. Are we doing M6 I hope so. I don't know if we filled yet, but what do I use for face tracking? I'm currently using an iPhone XS, and the project I'm working on is to use the face tracking in VR headsets. So we turn that on. Tracking is on, 44 parameters, messages are outgoing. If I just put the headset back on, let's see if it's still working. Yep, that is working fine. So yeah, I use, so the iPhone is only face, and then I use a Leap Motion Stereo IR 170 for my hands, which works very, very well. And yeah, this will be VR. When I do VR streams, I use between 8 and 10 Tundra trackers, plus the headset face tracking, and then either the index controllers or UDX real gloves, depending on what I'm doing. Anyway, that actually fucking works. Shit. I think we can publish this. I think we can publish this as a new beta. I wonder if we can... Huh. Alright, let's commit this as well. Oh wait, no, there is a bit more I need to do. There is more where it's comparatively basic stuff. We need to update the settings so we don't just have hard-coded addresses for the IP address and port. Also, the helper window setting is no longer relevant, so that can go. So this is going to change. Get rid of hide helper window. So if this setting exists, we can do this. Go. So that'll get rid of that. Now, will we move this before 1.0? So these are bools, aren't they? Log level, it's close enough. Alright. I'm going to mark it actually. There. Right, so we've done log level, so we need a VRCFT port out to temp setting, and it's not going to be log level, it's going to be VRCFT port, and it'll be that. Otherwise, we're going to set it to 9001 because it's over 9000. Defaulting to 9001. And we need same here. VRCFT port not found, defaulting to 9001. And there we go. Well, we already got a temp setting, so we don't need to do that. So now we do the same again for VRCFT address, which we want to put before the port actually. We ain't going to be that, which means we don't have this. VRCFT address equals temp setting. We do that. VRCFT address not found, defaulting to 127.0.0.1. There we go. Wait, I put this in the wrong place. I'm dumb. Raven, hello, and thank you for the bitties emote. Let's put this back. Right, VRCFT. Let's do it in the correct place, shall we? Hey, here for the 4th time. I know you've been here more than that, but temp setting, VRCFT address. So yeah, the log level's still the same. VRCFT address. Not found, defaulting to 127.0.0.1. That's not spelt correct. Yeah, address and port are now being handled correctly. Gonna make this a little bit more. Hopefully I'll notice that later. Now we need to do this, and this is actually much simpler. You don't even need a call to doc2string for this one. And there we are. So let's build that. It's gotten a little bit bigger, but that's to be expected. Let's kill that. Let's also get rid of these before I forget about them. They're not being used anymore. Let's pop that in. And run that. Let's go back to our terminal a second. Where are you? I'm going to do a get content, max users, learn, max base data, local low, suvi VNyan, player.log. We'll get content minus weight. And hopefully, hold on, to select VRCFT. This is the... Have they moved the player log? Did the player log finally move in Portable VNyan? And I didn't notice. Or is it just... Holy shit, it finally moved. Oh my god, that's amazing. I'm so happy. Copy its path. Wait a second. Oh yeah, VRCFT address not found, defaulting to 127.0.1, port not found, defaulting to 9001. Hide helper window setting not found. But found but no longer relevant. Removing it, inviting out the new settings files. If we look in our portable folder, look at our VRCFT. I couldn't find anything when I looked in there. And there we go, we've got the correct settings. So, excellent. Does it still work? So, we need to bounce VRCFaceTracking, of course, to determine that. And let us send it an init. Straight away, there it is. I can see the messages outgoing. But just to double check, the headset on. Now, because I've got headphones on as well, it is a little bit difficult to put the headset on properly. But yep, that's all fine. So there we go. That is a much better implementation. If you compare it to the previous release, which I should have somewhere, I think I had a publish folder for this. It used to be... Yeah, the previous release was a 2.5 meg... No, wait. 7.5 meg executable and a 17 kilobyte DLL. This is now replaced with the new version, which is a 51 kilobyte DLL and no executable. And I think that is a huge improvement. So we'll do another quick commit for that. So let's start it one more time and make sure that the settings load correctly. So, yep, it's loaded those in correctly. It's 0.5 beta. I mean, we're basically at release candidate stage here. I don't want to call it a release candidate. Watch like wearing the headset? I was literally wearing the headset a moment ago, if that's what you mean. Right. There we go. We added our new setting, so let's sync that up. And we're going to have to write some upgrade instructions. Yeah, no, I literally put the headset on. There we go. So I'll put that in a zip file. .5. Let's go over to GitHub. So, yeah, shout out to whoever made this Resonate one for inspiring me to do this. And let's get our release out. Which means I will now be switching to working on the Blue Sky Go Live tool and trying to make that a bit better once I've using language that didn't say. So we're going to make a tag. It's going to be 0.5 beta. Let's be 0.5 beta. We are going to add our DLL to it. And we need to add big warnings. Important. Remove VRCFTnyan DLL.dll and VRCFTnyan. I can't remember if it's actually called VRCFTnyan exe. I generally can't remember what it was called, so I'll just go and look. .exe. There we go. I think it's hash you do on GitHub Mark. I can never remember. With an explanation of why I'm getting to that. Changes. External exe no longer required. Initialization is done from the main DLL. Main DLL. Renamed it just VRCFTnyan instead of VRCFTnyan DLL.dll because this was a stupid name. If you don't remove the old one, we'll end up loading this twice. And I'll have no idea what will happen because that is true. New settings, VRCFT address, and they don't need to be in quotes. Actually, we'll do the triple backtick thing. VRCFT port. Most people at default will be correct. Remove setting, helper window. There is no longer a helper exe. There we go. I want to word this a bit better. PDB file, not PDF file. Right, that should be all we need. I think there is more. It's a huge implication of VRCFT init process. Avatar ID is 0 though. I think that is it. So that should just work for people as is. So there we go. That is new code that you can play with, and I hope it's useful to someone. I'll post on Blue Sky and in Suvi's Discord after my stream. So I think that's all we can do on this project for now. So it's time to move on, speaking of Blue Sky, time to move on to the Blue Sky Go Live tool. So now I've been thinking about this tool and I don't know how or what I want to do with it. So the Go Live tool, in fact, I'm actually running it at the moment here. And what it's doing is it is once a minute, it's sending a message to Blue Sky saying what you are streaming and there's a thumbnail which and a URL that it links to. And so I should probably update my stream title here. I wasn't actually ready to... I was going to have a think about this in the next break, to be honest, because I didn't actually expect to get to this point this quickly. So here's the issue. At the moment, it's just a janky command line application. It takes a title in on the command line, and yeah, it works. If I go to my Blue Sky now, you can see that I'm live. Oh, not there. That doesn't work. And that's what we're streaming, which is already an advantage over the official mechanism, which doesn't let you customize this message, whereas mine does. But there's going to be better ways to go about this. Now, we could just... It does need to run in the background. And the reason it needs to run on the background, to do that, we need to look at the official tool. And you have to tell Blue Sky when your stream is going to end. Now, I don't know about any of the other streamers here, but while I have like a vague time that I intend to end, I overrun a lot, or sometimes I finish early. So if I tell Blue Sky, oh yeah, I'm going to stream I'm going to stream Beat Saber for 3 hours, and then I'm not feeling well, so I end Beat Saber sooner, Blue Sky still says I'm live. And you go there and it's like, oh yeah, channel is offline. And if that keeps happening, people are going to stop paying attention to the live indicator. So how I did it is I only send a message to say I'm going live for 5 minutes. You can see now it says it expires in 3 minutes. That's back to 4. I refresh it once a minute to say I'm going to be live for 5 minutes. Do yours early because you do the opposite. Yeah. The other thing which I think was incredibly daft that they did was the maximum amount of time you can say your stream will be It's 4 hours because nobody on Twitch streamed for more than 4 hours. No, who would do a thing like that? At the moment, this just runs continually until you press the enter key. If you press the enter key, it immediately says you're not live. It doesn't even wait for the 5 minutes. It works. It was a proof of concept. It's messy. So how do I want this to work? That's what I've got to think about. Do I want it to... What kind of crazy person would stream all day? Yeah, I know, right? Right? You get me, Rain? Do I want to learn how to make OBS plugins and integrate it into that? Do I want to make it a separate utility or a library? Probably the best way actually would be to make this into a library and then make a little WinForms front end just to prove that it can be done. And then once I've got the library working and changes being made to it in real time, we can then look at integrating that library into plugins like Stream Deck, OBS. I believe Architectus actually took my code and integrated it in and made a Sammy plugin based on it, although it's a complete rewrite because Sammy uses... God, I don't know what language it was. It looked like JavaScript. Ugh. I think that's going to be the way to go. That way I can have my little proof of concept utility. I can probably make a little WinForms utility to allow for easier updating. And we should probably give it some configurable parameters. However, even though it's not my proper break time yet, I need to go for a couple of minutes. I'll be right back.
You have dropped something. Oh, I need to pick that up really quickly. Oh, sorry. Did I drop something?
These nuts.
Oh no. I think I have the opportunity to risk this.
Oh.
Oh.
Did you just do that intentionally?
I'm gonna sing the Doom song now. Doom doom de doom doom de doom doom doom. Okay.
Look at this. It's fine. Oh god. Sorry. Forgot about that part. Forgot about it. Whoops, wrong emote.
One moment, I need to swallow.
These nuts. Got him.
Not bad, yeah. Not bad at all.
Gorbs.
Gorbs.
No one would hear that.
Gorbs. I love it.
Gorbs now. The gorbs. We got gorbs in there. Fuck.
There's gorbs in that washroom.
Okay, I gotta go get more stuff. Oh, shit.
In the new version, what we're doing is I have created what's called a persistent memory map file. And that is a small amount of memory. It's 36 bytes. That is addressable by both VNyan and Liv. And I'm dropping the camera position into there. I'm not even bothering to see if it's changed because putting the camera position in there is less expensive than checking the camera position. So we're just spamming it in there every frame, and live camera plugins need to update the camera every frame anyway. So we just read from it, and yeah.
Well, I'm going to take a stretchy. So sorry if you heard that. That was such a stretch that it, like, obliterated my body. I just, like, out.
It's always scary going into a new place, and especially doing it in front of a bunch of people where I know that I could screw up at any point, and things would... Look, hips, that was not a cue. That was not a cue to do something here. That was... fuck.
Alright. What the hell was that?
Right, we are back. And that totally wasn't just, actually it literally wasn't just an excuse for me to think about what the hell I want to do, but it did also provide that time. So I think we're going to make a new project for this one. So I think we'll just pop this over here. I think we can probably get rid of all the Steam VR stuff for now. We can get rid of that terminal window. We can get rid of VRCFaceTracking. I've already got rid of my second VNyan, so that's fine. And we can make some new code. If Visual Studio would like to start a second copy, please. There we go. Why'd you open over there? Nobody knows. Windows can't locate windows in sensible locations. It's only 2026, you know, they've only had... when did the original... more than 40 years to work on it. Right, so we're going to start with a console app for this. Actually, no, we're going to start with a class library. Not a Visual Basic class library. What the... That was almost embarrassing. And it's going to be Sky Live. Replace indeed Sky Live, Sky Live. I guess it'd be like lib Sky Live or something, wouldn't it? Well, Sky Live is going to be... I'm going to build a few different front ends that use the same back end and see how it goes. Yeah, .NET 8 is fine. So, first of all, we're going to rename this to be Sky Live Lib. And our class is going to be Sky Live. All right. So we probably wanted to cut and paste a lot of our old code, actually. This what was written kind of monolithic, but that's okay. I think it's not going to be a static class, is it? So we can probably just yoink all of this except for the logging function. We'll think about that. Okay, blue sky refresh. So I actually did this pretty well. And go live function. Wait, no, this is getting a bit weird. How did most of this work? Did I split this up already? I I did split this up. Oh, sweet. Means I can just yoink the entire thing. The entire class. Except we probably won't make it static. And this should be lib, not live. And we need to add a dependency. And of course, it's going to be our old friend, newtonsoft.json. We use this one all the time, as does everybody. And here we go. So what else? Oh yeah, we probably actually need to include the using functions, don't we? Right, so that actually built. Now, I guess it's going to be static within the instance of the class. So yeah, that's fine. Right, so if we're not, we're going to need an init, aren't we? So what's our init going to do? So connect blue sky, go live. With URL title and description. And go live. These are private. That's private as well. Okay. Static void log. I guess these should all be private. This is our init class. Okay, fair enough. So let's start with then. Let's add a new project. And we'll make a simple C# Windows Forms app, eh? Yeah, so this will be Sky Live UI. This will mainly be a proof of concept that we can use the library. So your config file, username, password, URL title, and description. So we're going to need some settings on our form, aren't we? See if I can remember how this is done. There's like an official way of doing it. Actually, we could just ignore the official way and use JSON, but for now, let's just add some form elements and be done with it. We're going to bring up our toolbox. And we want it's just literally just to throw this up and prove it works, so fuck it. We want a label. Yeah, this doesn't have to be pretty, so am I just being, isn't there supposed to be a properties page that comes up? There it is. Let's pop that out and place it here. There we go. Name. No, not the name. We want the Can you tell it's been a while since I've done WinForms because I can never remember where anything is? Username. So this is of course going to become txt username. We're going to want another label. I should probably pin this. Pop this here. And for this one, we want it to be the app password, and it is specifically going to be an app password. And we'll just have another text box. Now, I believe text box should have a thing for blanking passwords. Use good old star for that. It's going to be txt password. Right, what else did we need for this? Username and password to connect. So we're going to need a connect button. Text. There we go. Login. And that's going to be VNyan login. And that should just be a case of calling the library. But I guess we need, our library is going to need some way to show the status of whether it's connected or not. So we are going to need a public bool connected equals false. Set some refresh timer enabled equals true. So I guess that does need to be a public static bool, doesn't it? Connected equals true. And we've got our refresh. Now I guess we need to know if our refresh fails. So let's have a look at the Blue Sky API. So a little bit of a Google for this. So it says the only responses, okay, so we can do a 400 or a 401 as well. Add request or unauthorized. So let's add let's add a handler for that. So at the moment we are just HTTP request returns a JObject. What happens to HTTP request if we get a 400 then? Does it just shit the bed? Let's find out. Yeah, so that does it. HTTP request. That initializes the object. Hold on. Where is this coming from? Oh, it's my own function, isn't it? Yeah. Right, here we go. HTTP status. Right. We might need to... We can't just return a J object, can we? We need to know what the status is. Fuck. Because we get the HTTP status, but we're not doing anything with it. Okay, let's have a think about the best way to do this. I also think we're only using post anywhere in this API, so we can probably get rid of a lot of this code as well. But So what is our response? Maybe we just return the response rather than converting it. So result.status code, yep. And then the response is the actual data. Post result. Maybe we just return post result. So post result is it's client.post. What we're doing here again? So we finished doing the VR-based face tracking for VNyan and push a new one out. So now I'm working on a tool to manage the blue sky I'm live streaming status. I have a very, very, very basic command line tool up here that tells me what I'm sent, activates this feature on blue sky. Hold on. This feature here activates that. And I'm turning that into a library that can be used by multiple things, and I'm making a proof of concept little Windows Forms application. Once that's working, I'll look into things like OBS plugins or Stream Deck plugins. And I'm just currently just trying to work out the best way of handling the information that's coming back. I mean, I guess we can just return or make a variant of this. Now we need the data as well. We're going to have to make a struct or something, aren't we? J object. Data. Oh, fair enough. Add. Int status code. I'll do that. And then we can have a HTTP result variant of this. And I think this will be better, so we'll take that. We'll take that. Now obviously it's going to fail on the return now, so we need to do HTTP result, return result. Because it's just a struct, it shouldn't need initializing. Return result dot data equals that. Right, what's the issue here? Wait, what? Okay. And why is the protection level an issue? Because the thing is being declared here. Now it's not an object, so we shouldn't need to do that. That could just be that I'm just not understanding how these work. Let's make it internal, see if that sorts it out. Okay, so what's it saying? Trying to remember when you found this channel, it was my Celeste integration. Oh, yeah, that was a long time ago that I did that. I do Beat Saber integration now. The Celeste integration is kind of out of date and not working very well, to be honest. It will still work, but Celeste modding has moved on in a way that's incompatible, and since I don't play Celeste anymore, I've not had the motivation to do anything with that. Right. Fuck it, we'll just make it public and see if that sorts the protection issue out. Okay, that's fine for now. I don't understand why that's necessary, but it doesn't really make any odds. I'll worry about that later. So we'll return result.data equals that. And this may as well just go straight into return result dot status code. You may as well do that everywhere. All right, now what? Now what's it moaning about? Not all code path return. Oh yeah, I forgot to actually turn any of this, didn't I? Go. So now we can do. So this is no longer a J object, is it? We're going to do a CDP result. Response. Response.data. And the response is going to be that. There you go. What's the issue here? And maybe we shouldn't do this. Maybe what we should do instead is return result equals 0. Now return result.status code equals 0. But this means it needs to be outside of the try catch if we're doing that. That's fine. Not the end of the world. Return result status code equals 0. Return result of data will be whatever it is, and then we'll return that. And there we go. So, and then we don't have to be nullable. and that will stop that from moaning. We do need to handle this in a few other places. If you could look, something you know a bit more about, but fair enough, fair enough. Right, where was I? So what we're going to do is if brackets response dot status code is 200. Then we're going to do this. Otherwise, connected equals false. So that's for both the connection and it's going to be for the refresh. Response that. So we will of course need HTTP result response. Actually, we can just do it here. It's fine. And again, we do this. Otherwise, we're not connecting. We're going to have the same thing for our go live, aren't we? That. Do if response.status code equals 200, then result equals response.data, and we can log that. Otherwise, I guess we mark that we're disconnected. And where's our last use of it? End go live. Yep. Response. You know, we can probably just log the whole thing for that, but wait, no. If response.status goes 200, then we log. We're going to have to put some additional logging here. Else connected equals false. End go live failed. Status code is that. There we go. We should probably do that on all of them. So obviously it's not always going to be end go live, but that is go live failed. Refresh. This guy failed. And the same for connecting. All right. So I put assign local variable result. Let's see, we can just change this to response.data actually. should probably do that throughout. There's really no need to duplicate everything other than pure laziness. And this is how code ends up inefficient for no reason. When we can just do this. Let's get rid of that as well. Anywhere else where we're using the results? Here. And again, we'll just replace it with response.data. That's our actual request. So I think that is the library sort of cleaned up a bit and made a bit better with our error handling. So let's go back to our UI. So we want our connect button. Now do we want to do notifications when the connection status changes? We probably do. Now, how did I do this? I did this a lot in my stream startup timer project. So let's open that up and remind myself how I did it. It's been a while since we've looked at this one, isn't it? So here I had, I think it was in shared. Can I remember how I did any of this? Probably not. It might actually be in... Is it in the streamer app base class? Yeah, I notified property change. There we go. We had that on. It does not implement it yet. That's fine. It won't implement it yet. Right, so I think we had these handler. And was this the value that we changed on? I can't. Definitely wasn't the timer events. How are we notifying status change in this? Oh, I cannot. Oh, I think we did it more in the settings, didn't we? We did it a lot in the settings. We had a get set. Here we go. So we had this. Right, so that did that. And then we had... Nena, hello, how are you doing? Yeah, we had get sets with raise property change. So we like one of these, except this is just a bool. which we did like that. It's not going to be an override in this case. But it's going to be connected. So chance you can draw. Yeah, I will be live all night, but you absolutely can. So we are going to need a private bool called underscore connected. And that's going to be I think it's just going to be this. So if it's not equal to value, then we do that. We set it to value. And we need to raise the property changed event on this. Did I not do? Oh yeah, this one doesn't have a property. Here we go. That should do it. If you give me about 15 minutes, sure, I'll do that. I don't want to risk accidentally opening Discord in a visible part of my desktop. All right, cool, thank you. Where was I? Properties, property changed. Object requirements. Oh yeah, I forgot to make it static, didn't I? Have it static, public, static. There we go. Right, why can we not raise property change? Is that because this is not also static? Can we not be static? All right, let's get rid of static. Object reference is required. Do I just need to refer to this? Does it just need to be this dot? And none of this is going to need to be one of these static if we're doing it. Yeah, let's just go non-static for all of this. And then we should be, in fact, we don't even need this anymore if we do that. View raise machine, should we make our name of property? Fair enough, fair enough. Right, and get on with that. So name of this or name of connected. Okay. Right, we need to get rid of more of our statics. And that should be good to go. That should stop moaning now. Like, where else are we moaning? Live refresh handler. That might need a vis. No, we can't have a vis. An object reference is required. Oh, because this is static. It shouldn't be static. There we go. Which also means that it's just unstatic the lot of it. These are all private though. This is public, isn't it? These should be private as well, I think. No, okay, they actually need to be public. Fair enough, fair enough. But the connected one is a valid property. Any more things that are public which shouldn't be? No, I think we're good there. So now we need, the reason we actually did all that was so that the form can get notified as to whether we're connected to Blue Sky or not. Again, it's just going to be a really simple one. Let's use a checkbox. We'll have a disabled checkbox and we'll just call it connected. So this is pure, like I said, this is purely proof of concept. Right, so we want our text to say connected, and this is going to be a disabled checkbox, but we'll just pop it here. That's fine. And we want to go to the code for this form now. And let's again check how we did this on the other project, because bug it if I can remember. Where's the form? Was it clock.cs? Yeah, it was. So we add a constructor and we did some data binding. So we'll just copy that. Actually, it probably isn't going to be a constructor for this. It's going to be a property on the form, isn't it? Is it going to be load, or probably is it going to be whenever the user loads the form, whenever the form is first shown? Key layout, mouse, property change, yeah, none of those mattered. It's going to be on form load, I suspect. It's not going to be back color, it's going to be... Oh, we're going to actually need to... .NET 8. Sky Live lib. Can we not include that? Can we not include this DLL? Am I just being really stupid here? I need it to come from this. I guess we add it as a dependency, don't we? There's got to be a better way of doing it than this, so. Have I got a project reference? No, I don't. There we go, Sky Live lib. That hasn't done it though. Yeah, no, it's not saying that. No. Should be all it needs. Is it shared project reference then? What's the namespace of the library project? B-Sky LiveLib? I don't need to go into that? How do you mean I don't need to go into that? That should be all I need. I mean, what I could do is I could build this. In fact, that might be all I need to do is build it, thinking about it. No? I think a project reference should do it. I mean, yes, it should, but it doesn't. Because the project reference is already selected and enabled. And it isn't doing it. Now, the idea is that these will actually be completely separate anyway, so go to a file in bskylib and see what the root namespace is. It's bskylivlib. And that might be why I'm... wait, is that not what I used? That's what it should be doing. Is it a public class? It certainly bloody should be. Ah, yeah. Oops. No, still not seeing the library? Oh my fucking god. Capital K. There we go, problem solved. Alright, fine, fine, fine. So this is now going to be chk connected .datafindings.add, and it's going to be enabled, and it's going to be to the sky.connected. Wait, no, it's just to be sky, and the thing is, I guess it's going to be name of bsky.connected. That should do it. Okay, let's see. Ah, yeah, we need to make this the main project, don't we? All right, So here we go. So it should. Right, now we've got to be a little bit careful because of the risk of leaking things, but I have a solution for this. We're not going to use that. We're going to use I forgot my password. That needs an email address. For fuck's sake. Okay, okay. Blue Sky -test. Right, we're just gonna slide that off screen real quick. Yeah, for obvious reasons, this isn't happening on screen. Fuck off. There we go, there we go. This is my test account, which I do basically nothing with, which means if it gets compromised, I don't really care. But even so, we're just gonna let's get a little off-screen notepad window with that. Yeah, I know it's not ideal, but because we don't have anywhere to save this password yet, it is what it is. And let's see if this works. And of course, there's absolutely no logging whatsoever, which is an issue. I wonder if we should do some access to the logs for... Because I don't know if the connection was successful, nor do I know if the data binding failed. So we should probably find some way that have the library able to raise events for logging. Now this is something I've not done before, so I need to have a think about this. So obviously we can't just do console.writeLine. Now it's not really going to be a property changed, is it? Let's see. I mean, this must be a solved problem. So what is out there? Logging functionality using events in C# class library. People are saying not to do this. Hmm. This seems like a lot more complicated than what I want to do. Maybe we just have a text file. Yeah, fuck it, we have a text file. So, yeah, text file is fine. We don't want to massively overcomplicate this. All right, hang on. You can use Microsoft.extensions.logging. There's log support. Yeah, the problem is getting the log. I wanted to get the logging to show in the form. But we'll have a look at Microsoft.extensions.logging. What is that? Fuck off. Default logging library. Yeah, that's fine. I just want to find some documentation for it. Here we go. This is just the basics. We're going to shoot for console app. Yeah. It will default. Yeah, the console's not going to be available because we're a form. That's the thing. This is way beyond what I need. I'm just doing a text file. Fuck it. It's fine because I literally just need to do. It's done. That's literally all I need to do. Is fuck it. It's fine because it's not gonna stay anyway. So all right, let's give that a go now and let's see what happens. So we're going to look in the directory where we're running this from. So I think we'll probably run it from here, aren't we? Well, maybe we're not. Where are we running it from, actually? That's a good question. Okay. You know what? I'm going to be even more awful and I'm going to piss Nena off even more. And I gonna hate me, Nana. There you go. It's not staying. None of this is going to be left there. This is not good coding practice, and I don't give a shit. I just need to see what's going on temporarily. Alright, so with that we can now do... Oh, we need to keep that. We need a new PowerShell window. It's not actually logging at all, which would suggest that the connection function isn't getting... Oh my god, I am a fucking moron. Do you know why it's not getting called? Because I didn't write any code for the login button. We should change the name of that function to just be sky.connect. No wonder we didn't do anything. So I enabled rather than checked, but it did respond to the data binding to show that it was connected, even though I set it to the wrong property. But let's just ignore that part. It shouldn't be enabled, it should be checked, which I guess should actually be name of it's connected dot. It should be that, shouldn't it? Yeah, there we go, and that shows that it's connected, and that's fully automated. So if my Blue Sky session got disconnected for any reason, we would be fine. All right. So the first thing that I'm seeing that I will need to change on the design, though, is we can just make these a bit bigger. Now again, this is not meant to be a pretty application. It's not gonna, probably never gonna see the light of day other than as a proof of concept for the library. So there we go. So what is the next part of actually using my Blue Sky library? You can tell it's been a few weeks since I wrote it. And the next part is the go live, which needs the URL, the title, and the description. I believe it does actually need a thumbnail as well. But the thumbnail, no, we ignored the thumbnail, didn't we? So URL is... Now the description doesn't get used, so it's literally just URL and title. So add a new label. Why can I never... Oh, I'm on the events tab, that's why I can't find shit. We're going to add a text box. And that's going to be btn txt URL. And we are going to need another label. Text. And it's going to be description. We're going to add another text box. Call that txt disk, and we're going to need a go live button. Now we probably need an indicator to say that we are live, but that's actually going to be a lot harder. Actually, no, it's not. No, it's not. We just need to do the same thing that we did for connected. Now, the defining factor of whether we are live or not is whether these timers are enabled. Session refresh and the live refresh timer. Live, and live. So on our go live, live equals true. Otherwise, equals false. And now our end go live, of course, is going to require, regardless of whether we do that or not, we're going to do live equals false. It's the end go live. Now, I guess, really, if we want to be accurate about this, we've got our live refresh, which is firing every minute and lasts for 5 minutes. So what we've do I care enough to add a watchman timer for those 5 minutes? If the live refresh timer has not been called, then we automatically flag that we're not live anymore. I think it would be good to idiot-proof my own code and at least give some visibility if the live refresh has failed, given that we're not logging. So yeah, I think we should do that. Go. Now, did I have a variable for the thing, or did I hard code it? Duration minutes, yes. So we want to make that into, it can be const for now. That'll probably get changed in future. Live length, max length, min equals 5. Which means this will now be that. And when we initialize the class, we are going to do live expiry timer dot interval live max mins times 6,000. There we go. And we need to do a handler for this. So where's our other handler? There we go. So going to be live. What do we call the timer? I've forgotten already. Live expiry handler. Oh, and that's the point. So that live will actually need to go here. So what this is going to do is it's gonna set live equals false. Oh, and the handler timer elapsed it plus equals new 16 dot timers dot elapsed event handler live expiry handler. There we go. So every time we go live or refresh Bree Sky, what does that do? We need to reset the timer every time we do this. Auto reset? Is there a reset function on the timer? Or do I have to just stop and start it? I think we just stop and start it, don't we? Should be a reset. I couldn't see one. There's auto reset, but that's a property. Elapse enabled. Yeah, no, it's just a stop start. Now it might be that you can just calling start will reset it. I see. I don't want this time. Under normal operation, this timer should never fire. But if the main refresh fails, this will eventually fire. Is the plan here? So I'll do the same thing actually. We'll just do a stop start on this as well. It's going to be difficult to test, but I'm going to have to put a marker on our form similar to the other one. So oh, I forgot. Actually, we'll take a break now. Actually, it is 8 o'clock. I'll be right back.
Over 1 pixel. Down. Oh, yeah, there we go. Ha-ha! I did it. Fuck, I wish Riley was here. That was
One get good. Shut up, meanie.
Here we go. I want it on your fridge.
Not.
Yep. This is the first piece of artwork from my special children that goes on my fridge.
I haven't had much action this stream, and I've got a feeling this is going to lead to some kind of action. I quite like to have some action. Oh, for fuck's sake, did I really just say that?
That's a higher powered move. Don't die. Don't die. Well.
I'm gonna be honest with you. That seems unfair.
What does?
This.
Oh. Oh, a glum!
No, no.
How could you use glum? Shows so much violence there. I was like, yeah, I'm good.
Lem is just evil. What the hell?
Hi, Ryan and Skelly. Yes. This is the true Celeste PvP.
I mean, like I've tried to take that from watching Oren, because I was like, that's one thing I really think is amazing that Oren does. Is just, oh nope, that was bad. I was bad. I'm bad. I'm dead. Thank you.
To a tank buster. Do not forget the tank buster.
Who could you possibly be talking to now, Lindsay?
I wouldn't know.
Nobody ever forgets the tank busters. We're all so good at this game.
Oh, I fell. Thank you,
Hello, sir.
Lucy.
You suck. You suck. Liar's liar. Lemon, let's kill this liar's liar.
Oh,
Wait,
it doesn't kill us. That's good.
Can I teleport? No, you can't teleport across.
Oh, hey. What if I do this?
Oh, well,
No!
why did you do that? It was not helpful.
Alright, we are back. So we just need to pop this here and indicate when we are. It's not going to be button connected. It's going to be, sorry, CHK live. I took this break opportunity. Did I forget something? I forgot. If you mean this button, then yes. And yes, the Lenoki Rescue Murder clip. I love that clip. It's great. It's what makes that clip so funny is that there was no malice or trolling going on in that clip. It was their first time in the dungeon. And oh shit, I forgot to DM you, didn't I? Give me a minute. Do it on the phone, that way I won't dox myself on stream. Let's see if I can find you on Telegram, I'm pretty sure. There you go, send. I use Telegram because I happen to have it open on my phone. Right, so this is go live. There we go. And we should have another button immediately underneath that one. This shouldn't say connected. This should say live. This is purely to demonstrate how to use the library. I mean, it will be useful itself, but that doesn't line up. I know it's only a test class, but things being misaligned by 1 pixel still annoy me, so here we are. This is going to be end live, and yeah, we'll just call the text end live as well. Space in there, of course. So we're going to need to do another data binding. CHK. So this is where I need to start splitting this long way round. Oh, hold on, I'm being a knob. There we go. CHK live dot data bindings dot add name of CHK live dot protect vsky and name of vsky dot live. Should be right actually. And it's going to go vsky dot go live. And we're going to need txt URL, txt disk, and I genuinely don't think that does anything. Capitals. Capital letters will get me every time. vsky.end go live. That should be the whole thing. So that should hydrate. Yeah, I can hydrate. That should be a feature complete proof of concept for this utility. So let's start it up and see if it works. And then we can clean up the library a bit afterwards. So let's have a look at our private Firefox window. Did I close? I closed my No, I didn't close my private Firefox window. It just shows elsewhere on the taskbar. I remember this now. So here we go. So username and password. Now obviously we will want to be saving this information. There we go. So we want to log into Blue Sky. It says we're connected and we want to go live. And now, there we are. We are now live. Meow, meow, meow. And if you refresh the page, this will update as well. Then we can end our live session. But before we do, edit go live status. So that is finishing at 8:19 currently. So if we wait a little bit, it should. We will have to wait for 1 minute, but it should update to 8:20 eventually. Sometimes when you're testing something like this, a whole minute seems extremely long. I could probably move these 2 buttons off and it'd probably still work. Now out of curiosity, I do want to see if Expires in 3 minutes. I should have updated. Oh, wait, I probably need to refresh the page, don't I? Yeah, edit live. There we go, 8:20. So that's worked. And now if I end live, button goes out. Hovering that still says I'm live. Did I just forget to call the function? Or did it... Oh, no. No, just needed to refresh. And that... It's ugly, but that works. And that's a really good demonstration of how to use the library. And now we do remain to that. Now I should probably also make it save the username, the app password, and the URL. It might be nice to make it read your stream title. And potentially also update your stream title if it's changed. Now I don't think that is going to be a... I don't know if that should be a library feature or if that should be a client feature. I need to have a think about that. Now one thing... No, I can't... Now that's what... I mean, that's clearly it's linked, so it's fine. I mean, it's an extremely basic proof of concept app. Where do I want to take it from here? I probably do need to figure out how to get stream titles. Now, whether that is... Yeah, I just don't know where to put that code, is the thing. I guess... It might make sense to put it in the library because we could have a thing where we have the description would be streaming : and then %Twitch title %, and have that update as your stream title changes. That is something that we could try and do. But that's only for Twitch. And now I know officially Twitch is the only supported platform, and this is the other thing I want to test. I want to try something that Blue Sky don't want you doing. Oh, this needs changing. It's no longer VTuber face tracking plugin, but I want to know if this works. It doesn't work. It was worth a shot. And it's kind of daft given that it is literally just a link, unless it's just the... Yeah, no, if you do anything other than Twitch, it refuses to accept it. That's irritating. I wonder if I can update my YouTube... If I update my YouTube stream title, have I got to update the fucking thumbnail? This is why I hate streaming on YouTube. It does look like they're filtering the URL. Stream Place? I've not heard of Stream Place. What is that? Yeah, so you blinked and you're playing... yeah. I'm not going to play that game myself, but sure. Right, so how do we get a Twitch stream? This has got to be a solved problem. This is not something I should be implementing from scratch. There's got to be a way to get a Twitch stream title already. I need to update my YouTube channel because it's still my old DJ stuff. There's got to be a library like so that's actually fine. It's got to be a Twitch. There's got to be a Twitch library, hasn't there? So I believe Event Sub has gone away. Is there a simple... What's the Twitch API? Chat and chatbots. PubSub's deprecated, isn't it? Is there anything like a Twitch library that I can just do this already? Okay, what does PubSub have? Yeah, PubSub is deprecated, so yeah, that's not going to be useful. Embedding Twitch? No, that's way beyond what I need. Getting video, scheduling broadcasts. I really just need something. I don't want to register an application. It's public information. Okay, let's go back to that post. Let's see if Googling for that gives us any more information. Oh, you need to be logged into Twitch. Okay, there's got to be a Twitch lib. Oh, it's literally called Twitch lib. There you go. It's on NuGet. TwitchLib client, TwitchLib API. Fetching all publicly accessible data, that's what I want. Interesting that you can monitor when stream is online and offline. That might actually be handy for automatically ending. Why is that? Badges follows games. Third party documented user. I think that needs to be insisted optional client. Why is the public information all require login? I don't want to have to. I don't want to have to do that. It's just going to add complexity for something which should be publicly available because you can just browse to my page and see it. Failures to provide an access to client ID and sometimes access can result in exceptions. V5 and Helix operate entirely on Twitch user IDs. Methods in all Twitch IP to get customer. Okay. Yay! So yeah, this is Helix seems to be the one, and it was Helix then streams. Oh, that's all active streams? I don't want to know about all of them. I only want to know about one user. Information about one or more specified Twitch users. Okay. Identify user IDs and or login name. User ID or login name is usually not specified, then it's looked up by bearer token. You need an OAuth token to be the email address, that's fine. Oh, what does it return? That's not documented. There's got to be another way to do this. Alright, that's how to set. We need to know how to get. This one's updating, which is not what I want to do, but maybe it'll give me some hints. Helix/channel/broadcaster ID. Okay, that's going to get me closer. So it's channels, not... Get channel information. No, this is all... Oh, thank you. Thank you. This is all going to be... This might not... Yeah, I might not want to do this now. Because I... Yeah, see, I don't want to update it. I just want to get... Here we go. Incorporate Twitch's API. So let's try and do this for Celeste. This is Twitch's API documentation. Yeah, okay, these are all authenticated, and I really don't want to do that. Especially not in a proof of concept. So what do we want to do in the proof of concept then? We probably want to have it end the stream when you close the app, I guess. But other than that, I think this. I think the other thing I was going to look at was making a C#. Making an OBS plugin is probably not something I can do on stream easily, because it's well, because it's OBS and you have to restart it every time you make a plugin. So let's just clean this form up a little bit. Yeah, I'm thinking out loud and not achieving very much here. I do realise that, but what can you do? Let's make this app a little bit more useful. So let's first of all fix that ugly logging before Nana kills me. I never remember how to get the application current directory. I do need to think about how to present logs to people who are implementing this. But for now, we'll just console.writeline. If you want it, you can make it a console app, and then you can make it not be a console app when you're done. So our proof of concept app is also going to need a save and load config, which you can probably do. We'll do this modern style where closing the form saves the information. So yeah, we're going to do a form close event, or form closing event rather. We're going to need a config file, aren't we? So we are going to do read string config file equals. Now, can I remember how to get the application directory? No, I can't. I Google it every single time because I... Directory.get current directory. JSON, and it's a double backslash, and I should be using path.append because I need to be path.append or path.combine. I think it's path.combine. So we need a quick JSON parser. So let's add a NuGet package. Oh, look what it is once again. And let's make a... I don't know if it should be in part, it should be part of the form, or if it should be in a different class. Probably should be in a different class, really, shouldn't it? We've already got this that makes the form, so what I did last time was I add a class, which is called a shared CS. And this is where we keep our settings. So let's start removing some shit from the form, including this config file. And what's our issue here? There we go. Guess we also are going to want a 5-bit. Are we going to have to? Are we going to data bind? Yeah, we probably want to data bind the text values actually for doing this. That's just going to add a shitload of needless complexity. So yeah, let's not do that. Username, password, Twitch URL, and then description. There we go. So we are going to do load settings. Now we've done settings loaders before, haven't we? Actually, there's built-in application settings in. We shouldn't be doing this. We should not be doing this. Where do you do the bloody built-in settings feature in a... Here. See if we can use this. Yeah. And then we can just save and load them. This is going to be much better. Properties.settings.default.save. You're here? Just back. Either, I don't mind. I'll just put some clothes on and come out to you, I guess. Are you at the front or at the back? We will be right back 1 second. I have guests. All right, just a second. Hey, sorry I can't invite you in it, or can, but you'll just end up trolling my stream, so. So sorry I can't invite, well, I can invite you in, but you'll just end up trolling my stream or something. Oh, okay, don't say anything then. Love to see you again. Yeah, love to see you too. Thank you. Good to see you both. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, you too. Right, fabulous. Sorry for that. Sorry about that. Let's we were doing settings. Where was I? Yes. So there should be. So I guess whenever the text boxes are updated, we update the settings. It's been a while since I've done any of this. How do I actually access them? Okay, we need to carry on reading the instructions. So access application settings. That's a Visual Basic, but I'm sure it'll work the same. Oh, it's my.settings. Is that the same in C#? No, it's not. Yeah, that's Visual Basic. How do we do that in C#? So yeah, there's what we've done. Oh, settings up default and then okay, yeah, okay. There, excellent. Simple as that. We just do that for. Do we have to do that for each of these? I guess we do, don't we? It's probably better to data bind these, thinking about it. Can we data bind? Can you actually do that, I wonder? I don't know if this will work. That might work, it might not. Probably the only way to tell, or the easiest way to tell, will be to actually fill one of these in. And run it. What did I fuck up? Oh no, I hate this. I hate it when we do this. So we can just get rid of that though. That should. Okay, let's run that. Oh, that did actually work. Now the question is, yeah, that's okay, excellent. So data binding, that means that's handled automatically for me. Right. So we'll just data bind all of these. It's a far better way of doing it than I've forgotten what this was called now. TXT URL. What was the setting called though? That was called Twitch URL. Yeah, we'll call it Twitch. We'll leave it as Twitch URL because at the moment that's the only thing that works. And description as well. And that's just disk. It wasn't description. It was just disk. And the setting itself was called description though. All right, so our go live should probably point to these, and this will actually let us know if it worked. Actually, can we just do a using properties.settings.default? Will that work? No. Yes. Actually, it's not a description, is it? It's a title. Because the description doesn't do anything. Yeah, and that automatically does update at least, so that's cool. Twitch URL and title. Right, so when I run this, if this is going to work, I should be able to put the app password in here. Log in, and it should still log in. Yes, so the setting is bound both ways. Excellent. So all we need to do now is in our form closing event, we need to do properties.settings.default.save. And that should be automatic. So if I start this up now, we're going to put in our app password. There we go. So we're going to close that. And we're going to start it up again. And it is fully filled in. So if we pull up our private blue sky window, we're going to log in. And we're going to go live. And there we are. And there's our description. Then we're going to end our live. And yeah, that's working. It's not a pretty app, but it is a working app. So maybe we give it a title and put that up as, here's my library, here's my proof of concept that it works. And we can go with that. So I think the first thing we want to do then is change the title from form 1 to go. And we also want to disable the ability to resize and maximize. We can allow minimize. trying to remember how we disable resizing. It's not Windows style, is it? It's God, I can never remember how to do this. It's usually like something like the border style that does it. No, I can't remember. We're Googling. It is form border style. Thought it was. Where the fuck does that live? Right. There it is. We'll make it. I can never remember which ones are which ones look like what. Let's see what it looks like. That's absolutely fine. That's all we need. Now we might just want to make the go live button also log in if we're not already logged in, because I don't think the separate login button is actually necessary. So yeah, that's something we can do. Which probably means that this should be separate, shouldn't it? There we go. So start it up, and we can just hit go live. Connected, live. There we go. And it's using basically fuck all CPU because it's all done off timers. So while it's not a great utility, it'll do the job. I'll probably actually use that myself on my own streams, because I do like to put my money where my mouth is. But I was going to look into how to make an OBS plugin now. We're probably not going to get very far. Actually, do I want to do more dev, or do I just want to do some FF14 raiding before I start FF14 raiding? I actually don't know on this one. I feel like this might be a good point to swap over. De-shrimp. When was that? Oh, that was 6 minutes ago, but sure, we can de-shrimp. Some raid to prep for the raid. Yeah, I might want to like do a bit of Doom Train or something. I think that might be a good idea. At which point we'll probably end the YouTube stream once I switch away from dev. But let's. Yeah, we'll call it a positive Sky Live. I've managed a live streaming status on Blue Sky. Demo UI application. You're stuck in MTMF. Fair enough, fair enough. Alright, and we're going to make this public because I don't give a shit. And boom, there we go. Now we'll have to think about logging at some point, but not today. I think I'm actually burnt out. I think I've got 2 pretty good achievements today. We've got VRCFTnyan, nice and neat in 1DLL, and we've got this little utility which I am going to start using myself. Oh. That's pretty important. What is it? Oh. Yeah, because it's a clean close. If you untask it, it's not going to happen, so... or maybe we could actually put handler on the titles changing. Okay, we are going to do a little bit more on this, I think, because I think it would be nice to have the ability to change your title whilst you're live. Okay, let's have a think about this. Actually, let's test this, because in theory you should be able to. Anyway, all you want to do is... So if we are not... Oh yeah, we are currently live. Title of meow meow meow. Meow. Go live. Okay, you can do that. Go live / change title. Yeah, you can already do it. Just literally just a case of right, let's close the app. I think that was before I made the change though, wasn't it? So yeah, that's not going to work. That's fine. Just change this text, say... Go live / change title, and we'll make it bigger. And I guess really the login button should be good. No, the login button can stay as well, because if you change his name, password and log in as somebody else, that's valid. I think end live is the only one that should be grayed out until you go live, but again, doesn't really matter. So yeah, that should be fine. Yeah. Yeah, we only changed the name of the button, didn't we? We didn't actually change what it did. Connected live. Blue Sky has us as live. Close the app. And we're not live. Excellent. All right. I don't think we actually committed anything yet, did we? So where is our build? So should just need that. Oh, why is there a DLL for the UI? Okay, I think these are the three things we're going to need. So I'm going to put them in my actual Twitch software. Let's see if it works. What the fuck? Do I not have that version of .NET installed? I guess because I normally publish... Oh, I do normally publish a single file, don't I? So... Okay, let's just do a publish then. We'll publish the executable as a single file. Yeah, I normally make it framework dependent, so it shouldn't matter really. But yeah, I need to actually publish it and then it will exist. And there we go. I guess that setting shouldn't be there in the published version, but that stops it from moaning about .NET. So let's edit our settings. And actually, you know what? I can do a tiny bit of self promo, can't I? I can do this. I can absolutely do that, so long as I don't actually include passwords and things. Because as soon as somebody makes a change, that change will be permanent. So yeah, I'll do that. And we'll publish. Yeah, there we go. That's absolutely fine. And the user will just know that they need to change that. So we can zip that up. Let's make a quick git release for that, eh? Forgotten what I called the utility already. Forgotten what I called the repository, because I'm... B-Sky Live, that's what I called it. We'll create a quick new release of the UI. Hopefully that will work with someone. Library and proof of concept UI. And there we go. I should probably document it, but I guess the main documentation's just gonna be a screenshot of the app, if I'm being honest. I feel like I guess I should document how to create an app password, shouldn't I? We'll do that after the break and then we'll switch to FF14. So I'll be back shortly. Yeah, this is most. I mean, I don't want to spoil Heaven's Ward, but yeah, this is a nice dragon. There's I think there's only one bad dragon in this game. I can't believe I just said that, for fuck's sake.
You know what I had to do to actually get in your Discord?
No.
Yes! Yes, we did it, guys! We did it! We did it! We beat 7 beat. We did it, and I'm so happy. GG! No more running! Yay! I didn't even need to do the wall bounce that I thought I had to do, but yay! Play pouring music now.
My kidneys are gonna be dead.
No, they're so fleshed out.
No. No, Druk, why?
At some point, you're gonna have to end the stream before you die.
No more points. Okay, don't make me laugh. I don't think.
Oh, okay. We're gonna end it there.
If you too can fill in the blank with... No, don't fill in the blank. What is your problem? No, we...
You're like a cat. In honor of Lum. Smash. Yeah. Light silver hair gets me. It does. Exactly my fucking thoughts.
Why do you get to stand on my head?
I'm not on your head. I'm right next to you.
Oh. Well, on mine, I'm absolutely
Oh, I have mail.
being stepped on.
More and more, Oh, now you're on my head. How did you get on my head?
I don't know.
Oh.
I think it's the way it loads it.
What is going on?
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Wow. Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Oh.
Wow.
Wow.
No. It sounds like you're saying meow now, Sakura. You've just gone back to
Meow.
meowing. No. No.
All right, we are back. So it's just going to be a very, very quick document explaining what this is. Library for managing Blue Sky live streaming status. And sure how best to document this now. What's the application called? Blue Sky Live UI. And the Blue Sky user line, username, whatever.bluesky.social. And then you need to create an app password. And that is the bit we need to actually document for people because, yeah, don't. Settings, privacy and security, app passwords. And fill this in. Fill in your full Blue Sky username and Twitch URL. Create an app password. Fill in a thank you for your stream. e.g. Actually, this will be shown when someone hovers over your profile pic. Go live. That is pretty much it. Working the click and live checkboxes should be now see, I was about to write ticked, and that's going to confuse all the Americans. So they're called checkboxes because that's what the Visual Basic component is, but the icon is a tick. So do I want to write in American English, or do I want to just Ugh. There we go. We'll write it that way in there, or avoid that. Using the library there's not really much to it, I guess. To explain how it works. So I'm just going to document the actual blue sky go live process. You can provide a URL and the planned duration for your stream, and then ends when that time is up. Since many you know what, this should be done like this. Pretty sure this automatically does a thing. Yeah, there we go. Since many streamers don't run for an exact time, this isn't always ideal. Instead, this library sets up a 5-minute stream duration, then refreshes it once per minute. Also, I should change the fixed title, that blue sky. Whatever you like. So what methods do we have? We have, let's have a look at my own code, because I already don't know what I'm doing. Yay! So connecting live properties. So this is private. This is private. This is private. This is private. Private. Public. But so we have connect. It's the first one. String username, string password. Log into Blue Sky. It's not really that complicated, is it? Go live with URL, title and disk. What does this do? Wants the logged in user as live. Just realised I'm writing this text and it is behind me, so you can't actually see what I'm writing, which is a bit shit, really, isn't it? So let's just pull this across. Live. Title will be shown when hovering over user's profile pic. disk is acquired by the API, but doesn't seem to do anything. Usually mark the logs in user as not live. I think those are the only... Yeah, those are the only methods we provide. We do have some properties though. Bool... Is it bool connected? Bool... live, I'm pretty sure. All connected, user is logged in. That's basically it. It's not exactly a complicated library. I do need to do the double spaces. I always forget the fucking double spaces that you need in Markdown. Yeah, that's basically it. I guess we should put Bill. It's so simple. I wouldn't even want to say for developers, but here we go. I'll just leave it using the library. Sometimes I think just a simple thing that does one thing is absolutely fine. So I will do some looking into how you can make an OBS plugin in C#, but my head's starting to go a little bit code-wise, so I think that is it for the coding stream today. And I think it is time to switch to FF14. Oh, there is. No, I think we're good. I think we're good. I guess I should probably add some sort of command line control so that maybe a janky OBS plugin could be made in the meantime, but I'll think about that another time. I think we're done for now. So let's kill off a few things. Let's kill off some Visual Studios, kill the app itself. Oh, that was from making a YouTube thumbnail earlier. We don't need this anymore either. So, switch scenes. And log into FF. And while we do that, I'm going to end my YouTube stream. So those of you on YouTube, if you are wanting to stay here with me, come over to my Twitch channel and we're going to do some Final Fantasy XIV now. Some pre-raid raiding. I know my still set up for collabing with Lenoki. Just give me a moment. So yeah, we're going to stop the